Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The Silver Fox Patronus dissolved into mist as Helena Shacklebolt memorized its message. 3 more Muggle-born families marked for registration tomorrow. In the dim light of her ministry office, she pulled out a weathered piece of parchment blank to any eyes but hers and tapped it with her wand, adding the names to her growing list of those who would mysteriously never receive their summons. The Ministry of Magic's atrium stretched below her window, its once golden splendor tarnished by the massive magic Ismite statue featuring Muggles being crushed under their proper place. Helena's dark eyes narrowed as she watched Dolores Umbridge stride across the polished floor, pink bow bobbing, clutching another stack of persecution disguised as paperwork. A soft chime from her enchanted quill alerted her to an approaching presence. Helena swiftly concealed her true work beneath a stack of official-looking documents just as Corbin Yaxley entered her office, his Death Eater robes replaced by formal ministry attire that did nothing to hide the darkness in his eyes. "Madam Shacklebolt," he drawled, "we've noticed some inconsistencies in the Muggle-born registration records." Helena maintained her carefully crafted mask of bureaucratic indifference. "The transition to the new system has been complex. Perhaps if you could be more specific?" Before Yaxley could respond, a commotion erupted in the atrium. Through her window, Helena saw a young wizard being dragged toward the lifts by snatchers. Something in his desperate expression made her fingers tighten around her wand. "Pardon me," she said smoothly, standing. "That looks like one of my department's cases. Shall we continue this later?" Without waiting for a response, she swept past Yaxley and into the corridor. Her heart pounded beneath her composed exterior as she approached the group. The young wizard couldn't have been more than 17, another student who should have been at Hogwarts, now caught in the ministry's web. "This one's mine," she announced to the snatchers, flashing the special authorization badge she'd spent months forging. Direct orders from the commission. The lead snatcher hesitated, but Helena's reputation as Kingsley's sister carried weight, even in these dark times. They released the boy, who struggled to maintain his composure as Helena led him toward the interrogation rooms. Once inside, she quickly cast a series of privacy charms. "Listen carefully," she whispered, pressing a golden coin into his hand. "This is a portkey. It activates in exactly 3 minutes. You'll be taken to a safe house. Memorize these names." She rattled off 3 contact points in her underground network. "If you're compromised, any of them can help you reach the next sanctuary." The boy's eyes widened with understanding. "You're the Shadow Sister," he breathed. "The one who names have power." Helena cut him off. "Especially now." 40 seconds. She pulled a hair from his head and dropped it into a small vial of polyjuice potion. "This will buy us time. Go." The portkey activated, and he vanished. Helena quickly downed the potion, grimacing as her features rearranged themselves. She had exactly 57 minutes to be seen entering the Muggle-born holding cells, have witnesses observe him attempting escape, and stage a convincing disappearance that would leave no trail back to her network. But as she turned to leave, she found herself face to face with Antonin Dolohov. The Death Eater's scarred face twisted into a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Impressive," he said softly. "I've been watching you for weeks, wondering how so many slipped through our nets." He raised his wand. The Dark Lord will be most interested in Expelliarmus. The spell came not from Helena's wand, but from behind Dalahov. The Death Eater's wand flew from his hand as Augustus Rookwood stepped into view. "You," Dalahov snarled. "Blood traitor. There are worse things than betraying blood," Rookwood said quietly. "I've watched too many die. Done too much in his name." He turned to Helena. "The boy's trail is already cold. But we need to move." Now Helena's mind raced, years of contingency planning snapping into focus. The Remembrance Room, she decided. There's still enough old magic there to mask a disappearance. They stunned Dalahov and moved swiftly through the Ministry's back corridors, avoiding the main thoroughfares. The Remembrance Room was ancient, a circular chamber deep below the Ministry, where the names of fallen Aurors appeared in golden script upon black marble walls. Magic older than the Ministry itself still lingered here, magic that remembered what it meant to protect rather than persecute. "Why?" Helena asked Rookwood as they sealed the room's heavy doors. "Because I remember," he replied, his face haunted. "Before he twisted everything, before we forgot what magic was meant to be." He handed her a small book bound in black leather. Names, dates, every dark ritual they plan to use on the children they've taken, every spell they've corrupted. It's all there. The sound of running feet echoed down the corridor outside. Helena quickly transfigured Dalahov's unconscious form into a quill, which she pocketed. "Come with me," she urged Rookwood. "My network can protect you." He shook his head. "Someone has to be seen fighting you. Someone has to be blamed when you escape." His wan smile held years of regret. "Perhaps this makes up for a fraction of what I've done. Now go. The wards won't hold much longer." Helena clutched the book to her chest, her other hand gripping her wand. "I'll make sure they know. When this is over, I'll make sure they know you helped. Knowledge is its own magic," Rookwood replied. "Use it wisely." He turned to face the door as spells began to thunder against it. "Go." Helena pressed her wand to the wall where her brother Kingsley's name glowed among the fallen of false death they'd staged to protect his work with the Order of the Phoenix. The wall shimmered and became transparent. She stepped through just as the doors burst open, emerging in a secret chamber of the Underground Railroad she'd built beneath London. In the days that followed, Helena's network worked tirelessly to rescue the children named in Rookwood's book before the dark rituals could begin. Each successful extraction felt like a spark of light pushing back against the darkness. And though the war would rage on for months to come, that day marked a turning point, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, hope could be found in unexpected places. Years later, when the war was over and the truth came to light, a new name appeared in golden script upon the walls of the Remembrance Room: Augustus Rookwood, who died ensuring the escape of those who fought against the darkness he had once served. And beside it, a phrase added by an unknown hand: "Redemption, like dawn, comes first to those who stand against the darkness." They once embraced, Helena would sometimes visit that room, remembering the price of freedom and the courage it took to choose light over darkness, again and again, until the dawn finally came. Story 2. The first sign that something was amiss at Longbottom Manor came when the tea service failed to appear for breakfast. Lena Longbottom, her father's dark hair, but her mother's determined expression, stared at the empty table where Pippi, their house elf, had faithfully served morning tea for the past 15 years. "Dad," she called out, watching as Neville Longbottom looked up from his latest herbology manuscript. "When's the last time you saw Pippi?" The question sparked a chain of events that would reveal a mystery far deeper than a missing breakfast service. Within days, owls flooded the British Ministry of Magic with reports of vanishing house elves. From the ancient halls of Malfoy Manor to the modest kitchens of wizard cottages across the country, The loyal creatures had disappeared without a trace. Hugo Weasley, his mother's analytical mind apparent in his furrowed brow, spread out a map across the Auror office's conference table. Red dots marked each disappearance, forming a pattern that made Lena's breath catch. "They're moving in a spiral," she observed, tracing the pattern with her finger. "And the center point is the Forest of Dean," Hugo finished, his blue eyes lighting up with recognition. "Where your dad and my parents camped during the war, but when they arrived at the forest's edge, wands and ready, they found something far more ancient than war memories." The trees themselves seemed to pulse with magic, their leaves shimmering with an otherworldly light. Deep within the woods, a sound like distant bells echoed through the branches. "Lumos Maxima," Lena whispered, her wand light revealing a path that shouldn't exist, stones carved with symbols that predated Hogwarts itself, glowing with a soft, silver luminescence. "These are elven runes," Hugo breathed, kneeling to examine one. "Not house elf script, something older. My mum has books about them, but they're supposed to be extinct." The path led them deeper into the forest, where the very air seemed charged with magical energy. They passed ancient oak trees with doors grown into their trunks, sealed with more glowing runes. Mushroom rings pulsed with blue light, and in the spaces between trees, shadowy figures danced just beyond their vision. Finally, they reached a clearing that defied natural law. The space within seemed to extend forever, though the forest closed normally behind them. Hundreds of house elves stood in concentric circles around a central dais, where a shimmering portal of pure magic pulsed with rainbow light. "Welcome, young ones," a voice spoke, and both Lena and Hugo turned to see Creature, the ancient black family house elf, his usual grumbling replaced by a dignity they'd never witnessed before. "You have followed the call, as was foretold." "What call?" Lena asked, but even as the words left her mouth, she felt it a thrumming in her bones, a song that seemed to come from the earth itself. "The ancestral call," Creature explained, his large eyes reflecting the portal's light. "Before wizards, before the binding, we were the owls as the keepers of wild magic. Our power maintained the balance between ordered magic and chaos." Hugo's eyes widened. The house elves were never servants at all, were they? They were guardians. The binding was a choice. Another elf stepped forward, Pippi, but somehow transformed, standing prouder, her magic visible as a subtle aurora around her form. To watch, to protect, to ensure wizard magic didn't destroy the ancient balances. But now the barrier's thin. The wild magic stirs, as if in response. The portal pulls brighter. Through its shifting surface, Lena glimpsed another world, one of crystal spires and floating islands, of magic in its purest form. "Our ancestral realm," Creature said, "where the last of the high elves maintain the great wards that separate the magical realms. But their power wanes. They call us home, to renew the ancient bonds, but without house elves," Hugo protested, "wizard society will change," Pippi finished gently. "As it must. The time of hidden guardians is ending. Wizards must learn to channel their magic with wisdom, not rely on our kind to contain the consequences of careless power." The portal flared, and the elves began to move toward it, each transforming as they approached, growing taller, their features becoming more ethereal, their magic more visible and wild. "Wait," Lena called out. "What about the magical balance you maintain? Without you," Creature turned back, and for a moment, they saw him as he truly was, ancient and powerful, a being of pure magical energy barely contained in physical form. "That," he said with a slight smile, "is why you are led here." He raised his hand, and two small crystals floated toward them. One green as forest shadows, one blue as twilight. "These contain the knowledge of our ways, our understanding of the wild magic that flows beneath wizard spells. The choice is yours to learn, to understand, to become the new guardians." Lena and Hugo exchanged glances. Around them, House elves continued to pass through the portal, each transformation releasing waves of ancient magic back into the world. The very fabric of magical reality seemed to shift and reform with each passing. "We'll do it," Lena said firmly, taking the green crystal. Hugo nodded, accepting the blue one. "The knowledge will come in dreams," Pippi said, now barely recognizable as the elf who had served tea just days ago. "The wild magic will reveal itself slowly, as you prove worthy of its trust." One by one, the remaining elves stepped through the portal. Creature was the last, pausing at its threshold. "The age of hidden guardians ends," he intoned. "The age of conscious keepers begins. May you walk the path with wisdom." With a sound like 1,000 silver bells, the portal closed. The clearing shimmered and contracted, becoming once again just another part of the forest. But the crystals in their hands pulsed with warmth, and in the distance, they could hear the wild magic singing. In the years that followed, as wizard society adjusted to life without house elves, Lena and Hugo began their work as the first human keepers of the wild magic. They taught others to sense the ancient powers that flowed beneath the ordered spells of wands and incantations. They helped establish new ways of living in harmony with magical energies that had long been suppressed and contained. And sometimes, on nights when the moon was full and the veil between worlds grew thin, they would catch glimpses through the trees of tall, shining figures moving between the worlds, the true form of those who had served so long in silence, now free to dance once more between the realms of magic old and new. The crystals they carried grew warm on such nights, reminding them of their sacred trust. For though the age of house elves had ended, the magic they had guarded lived on, wild and free, waiting for those with the wisdom to understand its song. Story 3. The silver threads of memory danced in the crystalline vial before Marcus Pruitt's eyes, swirling like liquid starlight in his dimly lit workshop. Behind him, dozens of wandwood blanks hung from the ceiling, each piece of maple, oak, and elder carefully selected and aged. The usual warmth of his shop on the outskirts of Hogsmeade did little to calm his racing heart as he prepared for what might be his greatest innovation or most terrible mistake. The year was 1979, and the shadows of war lengthened across wizarding Britain. Lord Voldemort's followers grew bolder by the day, while the Ministry of Magic struggled to maintain order. But here, in his sanctuary of wood shavings and wand lore, Marcus sought a different kind of power, one born not of darkness, but of human experience itself. "Tempus Memoriae," he whispered, touching his wand to the vial. The memory within his own recollection of the first time he'd created a wand began to crystallize, forming delicate patterns like frost on a window. With trembling hands, he transferred the crystallized memory into a hollow core he'd carved within a length of cypress wood. The wand blank shuddered and emitted a soft golden glow. Where traditional cores used dragon heartstring, phoenix feather, or unicorn hair, this wand would carry something far more personal, the very essence of magical experience. A sharp knock at his door shattered his concentration. Marcus hastily concealed his work beneath a cloth as Alistair Moody's gruff voice called out, "Pruitt, open up." "Order business." The scarred Auror stepped inside, his magical eyes swiveling to take in every corner of the workshop. Behind him came Fabian Pruitt, Marcus's cousin, his usually cheerful face tight with concern. "We've heard rumors," Moody growled, "about new wands appearing in Nocturne Alley. Wands that can channel magic in ways that shouldn't be possible." Marcus's throat went dry. He'd sold only 3 of his experimental wands, each to carefully vetted customers. "I assure you save it," Moody interrupted. "We're not here to arrest you. We're here to recruit you." Over the next hour, they explained, the Order of the Phoenix needed every advantage in their fight against Voldemort. Wands that could draw upon stored magical experience could give them an edge. "Think about it," Fabian urged. "Wands carrying the combat experience of trained Aurors, The healing knowledge of skilled mediwitches, it's not that simple, Marcus protested, pulling out his notes. The memories have to be perfectly crystallized, the wandwood precisely matched. And there are side effects. Before he could elaborate, a silver lynx Patronus bounded through the wall. Kingsley Shacklebolt's deep voice echoed through the workshop. Death Eaters attacking Diagon Alley. All Order members respond. Moody and Fabian disapparated instantly. Marcus stood alone in his workshop, staring at the cloth-covered wand on his workbench. He knew he should destroy it, along with all his research. Instead, he grabbed the cypress wand and disapparated. The scene in Diagon Alley was chaos. Green killing curses illuminated the night sky as Death Eaters dueled with Aurors and Order members. Marcus caught glimpses of familiar faces through the smoke. Frank Longbottom deflecting curses, Alice Longbottom shielding fleeing civilians, Fabian and Gideon fighting back to back. Marcus raised the memory core wand, and the world shifted. Suddenly, he could feel every spell in the air, could sense the flow of magic as if he'd been dueling for decades. The crystallized memory in the wand core resonated with his own magical essence, amplifying his skills far beyond their normal limits. But something was wrong. Other memories began flooding his mind, memories that weren't his own. He saw himself creating other wands, selling them to hooded figures who emanated darkness. Future memories, he realized with horror. The wand wasn't just channeling past experience, it was connecting across time itself. Through the chaos, he spotted a Death Eater, wielding one of his other memory wands. The dark wizard's spells carried impossible power, fueled by memories of violence and death. Worse, the man's eyes glowed with an unnatural light as he experienced visions of his own. The wands have to be destroyed, Marcus gasped, fighting against the flood of foreign memories. They're too dangerous, they're creating connections that shouldn't exist. He fought his way across the battlefield toward Fabian, deflecting curses with skill borrowed from futures that must never come to pass. "Cover me," he shouted to his cousin. "I know how to end this." Marcus raised the cypress wand one final time, but instead of casting a spell, he began to draw upon the very essence of all the memory core wands he'd created. The connection between them, forged by his own magical signature, became a channel for power. The Death Eater's wand exploded first, its crystallized memories dissolving into silver mist. Across London, Marcus could feel his other creations destructing, their stored memories releasing in spectacular bursts of light. Finally, he turned the power inward toward the cypress wand in his own hand. "Memoria Deliri," he whispered. The wand shattered, and with it, the last remnants of his grand experiment. The battle ended soon after, the remaining Death Eaters retreating without their enhanced wands. In the smoking ruins of Diagon Alley, Marcus handed Moody a small leather notebook. "Everything I learned about memory core wands," he explained. "So no one ever tries this again. Some kinds of magic, some kinds of knowledge are too dangerous to preserve." Moody's magical eye fixed upon him. "The Department of Mysteries would kill for this research. That's exactly why it needs to be destroyed." Marcus raised his original wandmaker's wand. Incendio, the notebook burned, its ashes scattering in the pre-dawn breeze. As the sun rose over Diagon Alley, Marcus returned to his workshop. The wandwood blanks still hung from the ceiling, waiting to be crafted into normal wands that would learn and grow naturally with their wielders, unmarred by borrowed memories or visions of what might be. He picked up his tools and began to work, finding comfort in the simple act of shaping wood and core into something new. Outside, the war would rage on, but it would be fought with courage and skill earned through real experience, not borrowed power. Years later, when asked about his greatest creation, Marcus would always smile and hold up a simple oak wand with a unicorn hair core. "The best wands," he would say, "are the ones that help us write our own stories, not relive someone else's." and if sometimes late at night. He dreamed of silver memories swirling like stars and wands that held the weight of time itself well. Some dreams were better left as just that. Dreams of what might have been and what should never be. Story 4. Moonlight filtered through the Gothic windows of Hogwarts library, casting long shadows across ancient tomes and weathered scrolls. Elizabeth Blackwood's quill scratched against parchment as she graded essays on defensive magic, her first term as defense against the dark arts professor, drawing to a close. The castle felt different at night, more alive somehow, as if the very stones whispered secrets from centuries past. A sudden gust of wind scattered her papers, sending them dancing through the library's hushed aisles. As Elizabeth pursued them into the restricted section, her wand light illuminated a peculiar sight. A book had fallen from its shelf, its leather binding adorned with a bronze eagle whose eyes seemed to follow her movement. Her fingers tingled as she lifted the tome, not a book at all, but a disguised wooden box. Within lay a small, leather-bound journal, its pages yellowed with age. On the first page, written in elegant script that shifted like flowing water, were the words, "Property of Rowena Ravenclaw." Elizabeth's heart quickened. The founder's personal belongings were rare treasures, most lost to time. As she turned the pages, the journal's contents revealed themselves not in ink, but in memory's shimmering silver threads that wove themselves into words before her eyes. "My greatest work must remain hidden." One entry read, "For knowledge unrestricted by wisdom brings only destruction." The chamber I have created holds secrets that would shake the very foundations of magic itself. A second chamber. Everyone knew of Slytherin's infamous Chamber of Secrets, but Ravenclaw's. Elizabeth's academic curiosity warred with her growing sense of unease. The journal spoke of experiments in pure magic, attempts to understand and manipulate the very essence of magical ability. The next morning, strange incidents began occurring throughout the castle. A first-year Hufflepuff suddenly spoke perfect Mermish without ever studying the language. A Gryffindor third year levitated in his sleep, floating through solid walls. A Slytherin prefect's simple Lumos spell created a light so brilliant it temporarily blinded half her potions class. Professor Blackwood, the urgent voice of Minerva Hughes, a bright-eyed Ravenclaw, 6th year, caught Elizabeth's attention after her morning class. "Something's happening to Marcus." She led Elizabeth to a corner of the courtyard where Marcus Selwyn, typically an average student, sat cross-legged in the air, his eyes glowing with an inner light as he recited complex theoretical magic that even Elizabeth barely understood. That evening, Elizabeth returned to the journal, its pages now revealing more urgent warnings. Ravenclaw had discovered something fundamental about magical ability, that it could be amplified, transferred, even permanently altered. But such power came at a terrible price. The chamber feeds on magical essence, the journal revealed. It draws power from those nearby, enhancing some while diminishing others. Without proper containment, it could drain the magic from Hogwarts itself. As if in response to these words, the castle shuddered. In the great hall, hundreds of floating candles suddenly extinguished. The enchanted ceiling, normally reflecting the sky above, turned an ominous shade of violet. Elizabeth raced through the castle's lower levels, following the journal's cryptic clues. Behind a tapestry depicting the four founders, she discovered a door that appeared only when approached by someone bearing Ravenclaw's blood, or possessing sufficient magical knowledge, a test she apparently passed. The chamber beyond defied physics. Books floated through the air like exotic birds, their pages fluttering. Spheres of pure magical energy pulsed with rainbow hues. And at the center, a pillar of crystal reached from floor to ceiling, thrumming with power. "Beautiful, isn't it?" The voice made Elizabeth spin around. Professor Vector, the arithmancy teacher, stood in the doorway, his usually kind face twisted with obsession. "I found this place months ago. Have been studying its effects, guiding them." These children, their enhanced abilities are just the beginning. You're causing this? Elizabeth raised her wand. The students are being harmed. Improved. Vector corrected. Ravenclaw's chamber doesn't just store magical knowledge, it can reshape magical ability itself. Imagine a world where every witch and wizard could reach their full potential, where the boundaries between magical disciplines dissolve. The crystal pillar pulsed brighter, and Elizabeth felt her own magic responding, growing stronger, but somehow less controlled. Around them, the chamber's contents began to spin faster, books slamming against walls, spheres of energy colliding in spectacular bursts. It's destabilizing, Elizabeth realized. The chamber's overwhelming the castle's own magical foundation. Vector didn't seem to hear her, his attention fixed on the crystal pillar as he raised his wand. Just a little more power, a few more students to fuel the process Expelliarmus. Elizabeth's spell caught Vector off guard, sending his wand flying. But the chamber's energy was already reaching a crescendo. The crystal pillar cracked, releasing waves of pure magical force. Acting on instinct, Elizabeth pulled Ravenclaw's journal from her robes. The book sprang open of its own accord, its pages glowing with the same intensity as the pillar. Ancient words appeared before her eyes, a containment spell written by Ravenclaw herself. Elizabeth began to chant, her wand moving in complex patterns. The journal rose into the air, its pages fanning out to form a circle. Each page began absorbing the wild magic, drawing it away from the pillar, away from the students above who had been unknowingly feeding it. Vector lunged for his wand, but another tremor knocked him off his feet. "You don't understand what you're doing," he shouted. "The power of the knowledge without wisdom," Elizabeth quoted, maintaining her spell, "brings only destruction." The journal's pages spun faster, creating a vortex of magical energy. With a sound like breaking glass, the crystal pillar shattered. Elizabeth felt the chamber's power surge one final time before being drawn into the journal's pages, leaving behind only echoes of its former glory. In the days that followed, the affected students gradually returned to normal. The castle's enchantments stabilized. Vector was removed from his position, his obsession with power having nearly caused catastrophe. The journal, now containing both Ravenclaw's original writings and the chamber's absorbed power, was sealed away in the Department of Mysteries. But late at night, walking Hogwarts halls, Elizabeth sometimes felt echoes of that ancient magic. The castle had many secrets still. She knew some better left undisturbed, others waiting for the right moment to be revealed. After all, as Rowena Ravenclaw had written, wisdom meant knowing not just how to acquire knowledge, but when to let it rest. Above the castle, stars twinkled in the enchanted ceiling of the great hall, restored to its former beauty. In the Ravenclaw common room, students debated theories and riddles, their magical abilities once again their own, to develop through study and dedication. And in her office, Elizabeth kept a single blank page from Ravenclaw's journal, a reminder that the greatest power often lies not in the magic we wield, but in the wisdom to know when not to wield it at all. Story 5. The ancient stones of Diagon Alley whispered secrets that autumn evening, their magic humming with an unfamiliar frequency that made Aurora Santos's wand hand tingle. 3 months into her transfer from the Brazilian Ministry of Magic to the British Auror Office, she had learned to trust these subtle warnings. The cobblestones beneath her boots pulsed with an energy that felt wrong discordant, like a twisted echo of normal magical signatures. A sudden gust of wind scattered golden leaves across the nearly empty street, their dance illuminated by the warm glow of floating lanterns. The shops were closing for the day, their windows darkening one by one, save for the eternal flame of Ollivanders that never seemed to dim. Aurora pulled her crimson aura robes tighter around herself, her dark eyes scanning the shadows between buildings. The disappearances had started 2 weeks ago. First, it was old Matthias Blackwood, a retired curse breaker known for his extensive collection of ancient magical artifacts. Then came the vanishing of young Sarah Chen, a promising apprentice at the Department of Mysteries. 3 more had followed, each disappearance marked by the same ethereal signature, a faint trace of magic that seemed to resonate at a frequency Aurora had never encountered in her decade of magical law enforcement. Admiring the scenery, Santos? The drawling voice of Scorpius Malfoy caught through her contemplation. The tall, platinum-haired unspeakable emerged from the shadows of Nocturne Alley, his silver-trimmed black robes rippling in the evening breeze. Or perhaps you finally sensed it too. Aurora's hand instinctively tightened around her wand Brazilian rosewood with a core of wispwing fiber, unusually attuned to magical disturbances. The resonance? I've been tracking it for days. It's getting stronger. Scorpius's gray eyes narrowed as he drew closer, his pale features sharp in the lantern light. The Department of Mysteries has been monitoring similar anomalies across London. They're forming a pattern, one that shouldn't be possible. Before Aurora could respond, a piercing scream shattered the evening quiet. Both horror and unspeakable sprinted toward its source, wands raised, their footsteps echoing off the ancient walls. They rounded the corner into Horizon Alley to find a sight that made Aurora's blood run cold. Hovering above the cobblestones was a shimmering tear in reality itself, a rift of swirling golden light that pulsed with that same wrong frequency. Beside it lay an unconscious figure, their robes bearing the distinctive mark of the Department of Mysteries. Tempus mortis, Scorpius whispered, his face paling further. They're actually trying to do it. Aurora cast a quick protective barrier around the scene as curious faces began appearing in nearby windows. Care to share with the foreign aura what exactly they are trying to do? Scorpius knelt beside the unconscious unspeakable, his wand moving in diagnostic patterns. There's an ancient theory one Grindelwald himself was obsessed with about the fundamental nature of magic. The idea that all magical energy vibrates at specific frequencies, and if one could alter those frequencies, he trailed off, his expression grim. You could change the way magic itself works, Aurora finished, the implications hitting her like a stunning spell. But who would her question was answered by a sudden surge of magic that made every lantern in the alley flicker. The rift pulsed, and through it stepped 3 figures in hooded robes of shifting midnight blue, adorned with symbols that seemed to move of their own accord. Aurora recognized them from her research, the Mark of the Resonance, a secret society of magical theorists thought to have died out centuries ago. Expecto Patronum. Aurora's spell burst forth a silvery jaguar that leaped toward the nearest figure. But the hood merely raised a hand, and the Patronus dissipated like mist, its magical frequency somehow canceled out. Scorpius moved with surprising speed, his wand weaving complex patterns as he chanted in what sounded like ancient Greek. The cobblestones themselves rose up, transforming into chains that sought to bind the intruders. But the resonance moved in perfect synchronization, their combined spell creating a wave of golden energy that shattered the transmuted stones. The frequency is wrong, Scorpius shouted, backing toward Aurora. Our magic, it's not affecting them the same way. Aurora's mind raced, drawing on her training at Castellabroxo. Then we change our frequency, she said, reaching into her robes and pulling out a small leather pouch. From it, she withdrew a handful of iridescent powder-crushed wings of the Brazilian lunar moth, known for their ability to adapt to any magical resonance. The leading resonant raised both hands, and the rift behind them began to grow, its golden light spreading like cracks in reality. Through it, Aurora caught glimpses of impossible things, a version of London, where magic flowed like water through the streets, visible to all eyes, magical and non-magical alike. They're trying to collapse the barrier, Scorpius realized aloud. Between our world and the mundane, they're going to expose everything. Aurora scattered the powder in an arc before them, her wand moving in a complex pattern as she whispered an incantation taught to her by her grandmother, a practitioner of ancient Brazilian magic. The powder ignited, creating a rainbow-hued barrier that matched the frequency of the resonance magic. The hooded figures faltered, clearly surprised by this adaptation. Scorpius seized the moment, his own spell work shifting to match the new frequency. Together, their magic pressed against the resonance, forcing them back toward the rift. But the leader of the group laughed a sound that seemed to vibrate at multiple frequencies at once. "You cannot stop what has already begun," they declared, their voice echoing strangely. "The great resonance is coming. Magic will be free." The rift pulsed one final time, and the resonance stepped backward into it. Aurora lunged forward, her fingers grazing the edge of a midnight blue robe before the terror in reality sealed itself with a sound like breaking glass. In the sudden silence, Aurora and Scorpius exchanged looks of grim understanding. This was only the beginning. Somewhere in London, the resonance were working to fundamentally alter the frequency of magic itself, threatening to expose their world to mundane eyes. As horror and unspeakable stood in the gathering darkness, their wands still raised, both knew their lives had changed irrevocably. The hunt for the resonance would take them deep into forgotten corners of magical theory, through ancient sacred sites where the barriers between worlds grew thin, and into confrontations with those who believed that magic should be free from all constraints regardless of the cost. Above them, the stars began to emerge in the darkening sky, their light seemingly pulsing with that same wrong frequency, as if the very fabric of reality was already beginning to change. Aurora gripped her wand tighter, feeling the warm resonance of its core responding to her touch. Whatever came next, she knew this was what she had trained for, to stand as a guardian between order and chaos, to protect the delicate balance of their magical world. And as she and Scorpius began their investigation into the night's events, neither could shake the feeling that they had just witnessed the opening moves of a game that would reshape their world forever, one magical frequency at a time. Story 6. The Great Hall of Hogwarts buzzed with an energy unlike anything seen since the days of the Triwizard Tournament. Ancient banners, their colors somehow deeper and more vibrant than the usual house standards, hung from the enchanted ceiling, which showed not the weather outside, but a swirling constellation of magical symbols that hadn't been seen in centuries. Alexander Peverell stood among the gathered students, his transfer robes from Ilvermorny still marking him as an outsider despite 3 months at Hogwarts. The silver clasp at his throat, shaped like the Deathly Hallows symbol that had caused so many whispers when he arrived, seemed to pulse with its own heartbeat as Headmistress McGonagall stepped forward to address the school. After 7 centuries, she began, her voice carrying to every corner of the hall. The Keeper's Tournament returns to Hogwarts. Unlike the Triwizard Tournament, this contest seeks not to test mere magical prowess, but to unlock the ancient magics that have been lost to time. The ceiling's constellation shifted, forming the image of a great doorway. Each challenge, McGonagall continued, will require the recovery and mastery of a forgotten branch of magic. But be warned, these arts were sealed away for a reason. A sudden wind swept through the hall, extinguishing every torch and candle, leaving only the ethereal light from the ceiling's constellation. In that moment, a ghostly figure materialized beside the headmistress, a wizard in ancient robes who seemed to flicker between substance and shadow. "I am the keeper of lost magics," the spirit announced, his voice echoing with centuries of silence. "Once every 7 generations, we test those who might be worthy to recover what was hidden. Choose wisely, for each trial unseals powers that cannot be contained once released. A golden goblet, different from the one used in the Triwizard Tournament, materialized in the center of the hall. Its surface was etched with runes that moved like living things, and the flames that erupted from it burned with a dark purple light. Alexander felt the pull immediately, a resonance between the goblet's magic and the power that had flowed through his family's veins since they first crafted the Deathly Hallows. Around him, other students stepped back, unsettled by the ancient magic that filled the air. The goblet flared, and a piece of parchment shot into the air, burning with purple flames that didn't consume it. Alexander Peverell, the keeper, read, "Bearer of the old blood." The whispers intensified. Everyone knew the stories of the Peverell brothers, of the deathly hallows they had created. What fewer knew was that the hallows were merely the most famous of their magical innovations. Before Alexander could process his selection, the goblet flared again. "Diana Blackthorn," the spirit announced, seeker of forbidden knowledge. A tall Ravenclaw girl stood, her eyes bright with determination. Marcus Flamel came the third name, bringing gasps from the crowd. The descendant of the famous alchemist Nicholas Flamel emerged from the Slytherin table. And finally, the keeper intoned, Sarah Dumbledore, the great-granddaughter of Aberforth Dumbledore, rose from the Gryffindor table, her auburn hair gleaming in the constellation's light. The 4 chosen students gathered before the staff table, each feeling the weight of their family legacies. "The first trial begins at midnight," the keeper announced. In the Chamber of Forgotten Stars, that night, as Alexander prepared in the Room of Requirement, a ghost he had never seen before drifted through the wall. Unlike the other Hogwarts ghosts, this one seemed to shift between different ages and appearances. "You feel it, don't you?" the ghost asked. "The pull of the magic that was sealed away. The same pull that led your ancestors to create the Hallows. Who are you?" Alexander demanded, though something in him already knew. "Someone who made the wrong choice," the ghost replied. "Someone who thought power could be controlled rather than understood." The spirit's form solidified briefly into that of a powerful wizard from centuries past. "The magic you'll unleash in this tournament, it was sealed away because it threatened the very fabric of reality. The founders themselves feared its potential." Before Alexander could question further, the ghost vanished, leaving him with more questions than answers. In the distance, a bell tolled midnight. The Chamber of Forgotten Stars proved to be a vast underground space beneath the lake, its ceiling enchanted to show not the night sky above, but the cosmos as it had appeared when magic first came to Earth. The 4 champions gathered around a central pedestal where an ancient spellbook lay open, its pages blank. "Your first task," the keeper announced, materializing among them, "is to recover the lost art of astral manipulation magic that allowed wizards to reach beyond the boundaries of Earth itself." The blank pages of the spellbook began to fill with writing as the ceiling stars descended around them like falling snow. Each champion found themselves surrounded by a different constellation, each holding a piece of the knowledge they sought. But as Alexander reached out to grasp the magic before him, he felt something else, a darkness at the edges of the power they were unleashing. The ghost's warning echoed in his mind as he realized that each trial would not just recover lost magic, but break ancient seals that had been placed for humanity's protection. The tournament had begun, and with it, the slow awakening of powers that could either elevate wizard kind to new heights or unleash chaos beyond imagination. As the first trial progressed, Alexander caught glimpses of something massive stirring in the depths of magic itself, something that the founders had sacrificed everything to contain. Now, centuries later, 4 students stood at the crossroads of magical history, their choices about to determine whether the sealed powers would serve as tools for advancement or weapons of destruction. The weight of that responsibility settled over them like a cloak as they prepared to either master or contain magic that had been deemed too dangerous for the world. The stars continued to fall around them, each one carrying a fragment of forgotten knowledge, while deep beneath Hogwarts, something ancient and powerful stirred in its long imprisonment, waiting to see whether these new wielders of old magic would prove worthy of the power they sought to reclaim. Story 7. The first sign that something was terribly wrong at Hogwarts came during a simple levitation charm in Professor Helena Ravenclaw's defense against the dark arts class. Instead of gently lifting the feather, young Timothy Fletcher's spell caused it to explode into a shower of razor-sharp crystalline shards that embedded themselves in the ceiling like deadly stars. Helena's heart stopped for a moment as she recognized the telltale purple spark that had preceded the explosion, the same spark that haunted the margins of her ancestors' private journals. As the great-great-granddaughter of Rowena Ravenclaw, she had spent years studying the warnings hidden in her family's archives, praying she would never see them manifested. "Everyone out," she commanded, her voice carrying the authority that had earned her the teaching position despite her relative youth. As students scrambled to safety, another spell misfired this time. A simple Lumos charm turned into a blinding nova of energy that melted the brass fixtures nearby. In her private quarters that evening, Helena pored over the ancient tome that had been passed down through generations of Ravenclaws. The pages seemed to whisper as she turned them, revealing illustrations of magical catastrophes that had once been prevented by the founders themselves. A gentle cough interrupted her research. "I believe I might have some insight into your current predicament," came the familiar voice of Albus Dumbledore from his portrait. His painted eyes twinkled with their characteristic mixture of wisdom and concern. "The signs are remarkably similar to events that occurred during my own tenure as headmaster, though never quite this severe." Before Helena could respond, a thunderous explosion rocked the castle. Racing to her window, she saw chaos in the courtyard below. A student's attempt at a warming charm had created a pillar of blue fire that reached toward the stars, its flames taking the shape of ancient runes before dissolving into the night. "It's the Founder's Bind," Helena whispered, finally understanding. The spell they cast together to stabilize wild magic within the castle. "It's unraveling, indeed," Dumbledore's portrait agreed. "And if my memory serves, the solution lies not in any single house, but in the combined strengths of all four." That night, Helena called an emergency meeting in the Great Hall. 4 students stood before her, one from each house, chosen not for their magical power, but for their unique connections to the castle's magic. There was Alice Weatherby, a Gryffindor whose courage was matched only by her intuitive understanding of magical theory. Marcus Blackwood, a Slytherin whose family's dark history had given him insight into magic's most dangerous aspects. Sarah Chen, a Ravenclaw whose analytical mind could unravel the most complex magical puzzles. And James O'Connor, a Hufflepuff whose extraordinary empathy allowed him to sense the castle's very pulse. "The founders created a binding spell," Helena explained, spreading out ancient parchments on the staff table. "It was designed to contain and regulate the raw magic that naturally collects within Hogwarts. But they knew it wouldn't last forever. They left tools, artifacts that could be used to renew the binding. When it began to fail, another explosion rattled the windows, and in the distance, they could hear the sounds of chaos as more spells went awry throughout the castle. Time was running out. Each founder left a piece of the puzzle," Helena continued. "But the final piece, the key to understanding it all, lies with someone who walked the line between light and dark magic. Someone who saw both sides of power," the prisoner in Azkaban, Marcus said quietly. "Augustus Blackwood, my uncle. The last person to attempt to recreate the Founder's Bind. The journey to Azkaban was perilous, but necessary. Even with the Dementors gone, the prison radiated an aura of despair that tested the resolve of all 5 visitors. Augustus Blackwood sat in his cell, his once proud features weathered by years of imprisonment, but his eyes still sharp with intelligence. "I wondered when you would come," he said, looking not at Helena, but at the 4 students. "When the binding began to fail in my time, I thought I could recreate it alone. That was my mistake. The founders knew what I didn't. True stability comes from balance, not dominance." He revealed the secret he had discovered too late. The binding required not just the power of 4 houses, but the willing sacrifice of something precious from each. Godric Gryffindor had given his legendary courage, Helga Hufflepuff her boundless compassion, Rowena Ravenclaw her unmatched wisdom, and Salazar Slytherin his burning ambition. Each gift had been transformed into a physical anchor, hidden within the castle. Racing back to Hogwarts, they found the castle in chaos. Spells were misfiring everywhere, creating impossible effects. Staircases had come alive and were dancing through the air. Portraits had stepped out of their frames and were wandering the halls in 3 dimensions, and the very stones of the castle were shifting like liquid. With time running out, each student faced a challenge that tested their house's greatest virtue. Alice faced her greatest fear in the Chamber of Courage, sacrificing her magical confidence to recover Gryffindor's anchor. Marcus confronted his family's dark legacy in the Dungeon of Ambition, choosing to give up his power for the greater good. Sarah solved an impossible riddle in the Tower of Wisdom, sacrificing her perfect memory to claim Ravenclaw's anchor. And James, in the Hall of Loyalty, gave up the empathic gift that had defined his magic. As the castle trembled on the brink of magical collapse, Helena led them in the ritual of renewal. The 4 anchors floated before them, glowing with ancient power. But something was wrong. The spell wouldn't stabilize. "It needs a 5th sacrifice," Augustus's words echoed in Helena's mind. A teacher's gift, freely given. Understanding dawned in Helena's eyes. She stepped forward, raising her wand. "I am the blood of Ravenclaw, and I choose to give up my connection to ancient magic, the very power that has defined my life, to save the school." The anchors blazed with renewed purpose, and the ritual finally took hold. Throughout Hogwarts, wild magic calmed, spells returned to normal, and the castle itself seemed to sigh in relief. The binding was renewed, stronger than ever, built on freely given sacrifices rather than imposed control. In the days that followed, the 5 who had saved Hogwarts found their sacrifices had transformed them in unexpected ways. Though they had given up specific magical gifts, they had gained something greater: a deep understanding of magic's true nature, and the knowledge that the greatest power comes not from individual strength, but from the willing collaboration of different perspectives and talents. Helena took her place among the great teachers of Hogwarts history, not for her magical power, but for her wisdom in showing that true magic lies not in what we can do alone, but in what we choose to give up for each other. The story of the renewed binding became legend, whispered in common rooms and taught in classes, a reminder that Hogwarts' greatest strength had always been its unity, not its divisions. And in his cell in Azkaban, Augustus Blackwood smiled, knowing that his greatest mistake had led to the school's greatest triumph, the lesson that magic's true power lies not in what we can achieve alone, but in what we can accomplish together. Story 8. The forbidden section of Hogwarts library held many secrets, but none quite as extraordinary as the one that revealed itself to Luna Blackthorn on the spring equinox. As the last rays of sunset filtered through the ancient stained glass windows, casting prismatic patterns across the dusty shelves, a previously invisible bookcase materialized between 2 towering rows of restricted texts. Luna, a 4th-year Hufflepuff known for seeing things others missed, watched in wonder as a leather-bound tome floated down from the highest shelf, its pages gleaming with an inner light that reminded her of dragon scales. Her silver-gray eyes, often described as eerily similar to those of the Welsh Green, widened as the book settled into her waiting hands. Draconis Lingua, the lost art of dragon speech, she read aloud, her voice barely a whisper in the hushed library. The moment the words left her lips, the book's pages began to glow with an intense amber light, and ancient runes appeared in the air around her, spinning like a constellation of burning stars. From his portrait on the nearby wall, Aldrich Drakecaller, a legendary dragon tamer from the 15th century, stirred from his centuries-long slumber. At last, he breathed, his painted eyes fixing upon Luna with an intensity that made the air crackle with magical energy. The last of the Blackthorn line has found her inheritance. Before Luna could respond, a commotion erupted outside the castle windows. In the distance, over the forbidden forest, 3 massive dragons had appeared, their scales shimmering in impossible colors, their wings creating thunderclouds where none had existed moments before. One of them, a beast of midnight blue with stars scattered across its scales, turned its ancient gaze directly toward the library window, and Luna felt something stir in her blood that she'd never felt before. Their awakening came a voice from behind her. Sebastian Nightshade, a Slytherin fifth year known for his extensive knowledge of magical creatures, emerged from between the shelves. All across the world, the ancient dragons are breaking free from their magical slumber. Luna's fingers traced the embossed dragon on the book's cover, and suddenly, she understood the strange dreams that had plagued her all her life, dreams of soaring through storm clouds and speaking in a language of thunder and flame. "I can hear them," she whispered. "They're singing." Sebastian moved closer, his usual reserved demeanor replaced by barely contained excitement. "The prophecies speaks of this when the last dragon speaker awakens. The great worms will rise to either unite or divide the magical and non-magical worlds forever." Outside, more dragons appeared, their wings casting massive shadows over Hogwarts grounds. Students and teachers rushed to windows and battlements, pointing at the impossible sight. In the distance, Muggle news helicopters were approaching, their cameras already broadcasting images that would shake the foundations of the International Statute of Secrecy. "The Ministry can't obliviate the entire world," Sebastian said urgently. "Not this time. Not with dragons appearing over every major city from his portrait." Aldrich spoke again. "The Blackthorns were more than dragon tamers, child. They were mediators between two worlds, the ancient world of dragons and the world of humans, both magical and non-magical alike. When the Statute of Secrecy was enacted, the dragons chose to retreat into enchanted sleep rather than be regulated and controlled. But now they believe it's time to return." Luna finished, understanding flooding through her. The book in her hands grew warmer, and as she opened it, pages of dragon script began to translate themselves before her eyes. "But why me? Why now?" "Because, Miss Blackthorn," came a new voice, as Professor McGonagall strode into the library, her face grave. "The world is changing. The barriers between magical and non-magical are growing thinner with each passing day. Technology has advanced to the point where magic can no longer hide effectively. We need a new way forward." The midnight blue dragon outside the window rumbled, a sound that shook the very foundations of Hogwarts. To everyone's astonishment, Luna rumbled back, the sound emanating from her throat identical to the dragon's. She clapped her hands over her mouth, surprised by her own ability. "The dragon tongue," Aldrich said proudly from his portrait. "It awakens in the blood when needed most. But be warned, with it comes great responsibility. Dragons are proud creatures, neither good nor evil, but powerful beyond measure. They could help bridge the divide between worlds, or they could tear those worlds apart." Sebastian pulled out an ancient scroll from his robes. "I've been researching this for years, the signs of the dragon's return. There's more to the prophecy. It speaks of two guides, one born to speak to dragons, one born to understand them. Together, they must find a way to prevent war between the worlds." Luna looked at him curiously. "You knew this would happen." "My family has been watching the Blackthorn line for generations, waiting for the last dragon speaker to emerge. We're meant to work together. Your ability to communicate with them, my knowledge of their lore and nature." Another dragon's roar shook the castle, and Luna felt the call in her very bones. The book in her hands had fully translated now, revealing secrets of dragon magic that had been lost for centuries. Outside, more dragons were gathering, their ancient eyes fixed upon Hogwarts Tower, waiting for the speaker to address them. "We don't have much time," Professor McGonagall said, looking at the approaching Muggle aircraft. "The International Confederation of Wizards is convening an emergency session, but they're divided on how to proceed. Some want to try to hide the dragons, others want to use them as a show of force to maintain wizard supremacy. Both paths lead to disaster." Luna stood, the dragon tongue book clutched to her chest, and walked to the window. The midnight blue dragon drew closer, its massive eye level with a library window. In its ancient gaze, she saw not a beast to be tamed, but a wise being waiting for humanity to evolve beyond its fears and divisions. "Then we'll find a third path," she said quietly, her voice carrying the weight of generations of dragon speakers. "Not hiding, not dominating, but understanding. That's what the dragons have been waiting for both worlds to be ready to understand each other." Sebastian joined her at the window, unrolling his scroll of prophecies. "It says the dragons will judge humanity's readiness for a new age of magic. Through the speaker, they will offer their wisdom to both worlds if we're worthy of receiving it." Luna placed her hand against the glass, and the midnight blue dragon did the same with its massive claw. A gesture of recognition across the divide of species and time. In that moment, she knew her life would never be the same. She would either help forge a new understanding between all the world's peoples, magical and non-magical alike, or witness the collapse of the walls between worlds in chaos and fear. The choice, she realized, wasn't just hers to make. It belonged to everyone, wizards, muggles, and dragons alike. As the sun set over Hogwarts, casting the gathered dragons in silhouette against the darkening sky, Luna Blackthorn prepared to speak her first words as a true dragon speaker, words that would begin either the greatest unity or the greatest divide in human history. Story 9. The ancient Egyptian sun beat down mercilessly on the ruins of what had once been a powerful wizard's sanctuary. Marcus Blackwood wiped the sweat from his brow, his Department of Mysteries robes enchanted to stay cool despite the scorching heat. Around him, his fellow unspeakables carefully documented the hieroglyphs that covered the weathered stone walls, symbols that seemed to shift and change when viewed directly, hinting at magic far older than any they'd encountered before. Marcus traced his fingers over a particularly intricate series of runes, feeling the familiar tingle of ancient magic beneath his skin. As the son of reformed Death Eaters, he'd grown up with a complicated relationship to magical history, always seeking to understand, rather than fear, the darker aspects of their world. His colleagues still watched him with careful eyes, despite his proven loyalty to the ministry, their suspicion as permanent as the dark mark that had once adorned his parents' arms. Blackwood, "Come look at this," called Diana Weatherby, her wand illuminating a section of wall that seemed to ripple like water in moonlight. "These markings, they're similar to the time magic we've studied in the department, but far more sophisticated." Before Marcus could respond, his wand began to vibrate violently in his pocket. The air around them grew thick with magic, and the hieroglyphs started to glow with an intense golden light. A low humming filled the chamber, growing louder with each passing second. "Everyone out," shouted Cornelius Hayes, the expedition leader. But as his colleagues rushed toward the entrance, Marcus found himself rooted to the spot. The wall before him had become transparent, revealing a swirling vortex of golden magic. Through its shifting surface, he caught a glimpse of something impossible, the familiar silhouette of Hogwarts castle, but newer, prouder, its stones unmarked by centuries of wear. The pull became irresistible. As his colleagues' shouts faded into the background, Marcus felt himself being drawn into the portal. There was a sensation of falling through liquid light, and then he landed hard on grass wet with morning dew. Above him loomed Hogwarts Castle, but not as he knew it. The stones were freshly cut, the towers still under construction. In the distance, he could hear the sound of voices arguing, voices that would become legend. "You cannot be serious, Salazar." A woman's voice, sharp with concern. "The consequences of such magic, we have no choice, Rowena." The answering voice was deep, authoritative, but tinged with desperation. "I've seen what's coming." "We all have." Marcus crept closer, his unspeakable training kicking in as he disillusioned himself. In a courtyard that would one day become the Transfiguration classroom, stood the 4 founders of Hogwarts. They were younger than in their famous portraits, their faces lined with worry rather than age. Salazar Slytherin stood apart from the others, clutching a crystal sphere that swirled with dark mist. The seers have confirmed it. In 1,000 years, the barrier between magical and non-magical will collapse entirely. The resulting chaos will destroy both worlds, and your solution is to abandon those born to Muggle parents? Godric Gryffindor's voice boomed with indignation. To close our doors to them? No, Slytherin replied quietly, surprising Marcus. My solution is to create a sanctuary. A place where magical blood can grow strong enough to maintain the barriers when they begin to fail. It's not about purity, it's about survival. Helga Hufflepuff stepped forward, her usually kind face stern. But your methods, Salazar? The magic you propose to use. It's too dangerous, which is why I must leave, Slytherin said softly. You're right, the magic required is dark. Darker than anything we've dared before. I won't risk corrupting the school with it, but someone must prepare for what's coming. Marcus watched, transfixed, as history unfolded before him, but not the history he'd been taught. Slytherin wasn't abandoning Hogwarts out of prejudice, but out of a desperate attempt to prevent a future catastrophe. Suddenly, Rowena Ravenclaw's eyes fixed directly on his location. We are not alone, she declared, and with a wave of her wand, Marcus's disillusionment charm dissolved. 4 wands pointed at him instantly. The magic radiating from the founders was overwhelming, unlike anything he'd ever encountered. He bears the mark of time on him, Ravenclaw observed, her keen eyes studying him. You're from the future, are you not? Marcus nodded, knowing denial was pointless. 1,000 years give or take. I'm an unspeakable. We study the deepest mysteries of magic. Then you know, Slytherin said intensely. Tell me, does it happen? Does the barrier fall? Marcus thought of his own time, of the increasing difficulty in maintaining the international statute of secrecy, of the strange fluctuations in magical power that the Department of Mysteries had been tracking, of the growing number of Muggle devices that seemed to interfere with magic. It's beginning, he admitted. We've noticed the signs, but we didn't know their significance. Slytherin's face fell. Then I failed. The sanctuary, no, Marcus interrupted, understanding flooding through him. You didn't fail. The chamber you built, the basilisk you left behind. They weren't weapons, were they? They were meant to be tools to help strengthen the magical barriers when they began to weaken. A basilisk's gaze can pierce the veil between worlds, Slytherin confirmed. Its power, properly harnessed, could repair the weakening barriers. But such knowledge was too dangerous to leave where it might be misunderstood, knowledge that was lost, Marcus said quietly, when your true purpose was forgotten, and your legacy became twisted into something else entirely. The founders exchanged glances. It was Gryffindor who spoke next. Perhaps that's why you're here. Not to witness the past, but to correct its interpretation in your present. Before Marcus could respond, the air began to shimmer around him. The time portal was reopening. The magic's unstable, Ravenclaw observed. You must return to your own time. As the golden light began to engulf him, Marcus locked eyes with Salazar Slytherin. I'll tell them the truth, he promised. I'll find your sanctuary and finish what you started. The last thing he saw before the portal claimed him was Slytherin's grateful nod, and he heard Ravenclaw's voice calling out, remember, unity was always our greatest strength. Only together can the barriers be maintained. Marcus awoke in the Egyptian ruins. His colleagues clustered around him in concern. His head pounded with new memories and ancient truths. He knew his life's work lay before him now, to uncover Slytherin's lost sanctuary and unite the wizarding world in its true purpose. Not the subjugation of Muggles, but the preservation of both worlds through the strength of combined magical knowledge. As he sat up, his hand closed around something in his pocket, a small crystal sphere, swirling with dark mist, passed to him in that brief moment before the portal closed. Within it, he knew, lay the first clues to finding Slytherin's sanctuary and preventing the catastrophe that the founders had foreseen. The true history of Hogwarts was far more complex than anyone had imagined, and its future now depended on understanding its past correctly. Marcus smiled, knowing that his journey was just beginning. Story 10. The ancient stones of Hogwarts Castle held many secrets, but none quite as enigmatic as the one Sophia McFarlane discovered on that fateful winter solstice night. As the aurora borealis painted the Scottish Highlands in sheets of emerald and violet, the sixth-year Ravenclaw found herself drawn to a section of the library she'd never noticed before, a shadowy alcove that seemed to shimmer like a mirage in the dancing northern lights. The grimoire practically leaped into her hands, its weathered leather cover warm to the touch despite the December chill. Ancient runes pulsed with a faint golden light as her fingers traced their intricate patterns, and Sophia felt the familiar surge of her unusual affinity for old magic stirring in her blood. She was no ordinary witch. Her connection to ancient spells had earned her both admiration and whispered suspicions throughout her years at Hogwarts. Curious place to be studying at this hour, McFarlane, came a smooth voice from behind her. Marcus Blackthorne, the Slytherin prefect, emerged from between the towering shelves like a shadow taking form. His green-trimmed robes caught the shimmer of the aurora through the high windows, and his dark eyes fixed upon the book in her hands with obvious interest. "I could say the same to you," Blackthorne Sophia replied, instinctively pulling the grimoire closer. Their academic rivalry was legendary within the castle walls, though lately she'd caught him watching her with an expression that suggested more than mere competition. Before either could speak again, the pages of the grimoire began to turn on their own, releasing a shower of golden sparks that coalesced into a ghostly figure, a wizard in ancient robes. His transparent form bearing the distinct features of both Godric Gryffindor and Salazar Slytherin. At last, the spirit spoke, his voice echoing with centuries of waiting. "The air of unity has found our warning." The ghost's words triggered a transformation in the castle itself. The stone walls around them began to shift and realign, revealing a hidden corridor that had been sealed for a millennium. Ancient torches burst into purple flames, illuminating a path that led deep beneath the known dungeons of Hogwarts. "The fifth house awakens," the spirit continued, turning its ethereal gaze upon both students. "When the founders built Hogwarts, they created not for houses, but 5. The last was sealed away, along with its secrets and its students, when the darkness they harbored threatened to consume all." Sophia and Marcus exchanged glances, their rivalry momentarily forgotten in the face of this extraordinary revelation. The ghost's next words froze them both in place. "Within each of you flows the blood of founders, Rowena's sight for ancient magics, Salazar's command of forgotten arts. Only together can you prevent history from repeating itself." As if in response to these words, an unearthly howl echoed through the castle's corridors. In the great hall above, students at evening study hall screamed as the enchanted ceiling began to crack, dark tendrils of ancient magic seeping through like poison through veins. "The seals are failing," Marcus said, his usual composure cracking. "Whatever they locked away is breaking free," the ghost nodded grimly. "The fifth house was created to contain those who sought to blend the darkest aspects of all magical disciplines, students whose ambitions exceeded even Salazar's fears. Their experiments nearly tore apart the very fabric of magic itself." A thunderous crack echoed through the castle, and Sophia felt the familiar magic of Hogwarts tremble. Through the library windows, she could see dark shapes emerging from the forbidden forest, creatures that shouldn't exist, chimeras of dementors and dragons, basilisks with wings of shadow. "The prophecy speaks of 2 who could either mend the breach or break the last seals," the ghost continued. "One born to unlock the secrets of the past, one born to command them. Together, they must choose whether to contain the darkness once more or attempt to master it." Sophia's hand tightened around her wand as another tremor shook the castle. "We need to warn the professors. Evacuate the students. There's no time." Marcus interrupted, his eyes fixed on the grimoire. Look, the book's pages had settled on an illustration of a great chamber deep beneath the castle, where 5 pillars of light converged. Annotations in the founder's own hand described a ritual that could either strengthen the ancient seals or break them completely. The winter solstice, the ghost said urgently. The alignment occurs only tonight. You must decide contain the power of the 5th house forever, or risk unleashing it in hopes of mastering what our founders feared to face. Another crash echoed through the castle. Closer now. The darkness was spreading, and with it came whispers in a language that made Sophia's skin crawl. She looked at Marcus and saw her own fear and determination reflected in his eyes. The founders locked away this power for a reason, she said, but they also left us the means to access it. Why? Marcus stepped closer, his expression intense. Because sometimes the greatest acts of wisdom come not from running from power, but from learning to wield it responsibly. He held out his hand to her. We're stronger together than they were apart. That's what the prophecy really means, as if in response to his words. Both their wands began to glow with an inner light, her silver, his emerald, the colors swirling together where their magic connected. The ghost of the founder nodded solemnly. The path you choose tonight will reshape Hogwarts forever. The 5th house stirred when it sensed your combined potential. It seeks not to be contained, but to be understood. Sophia took Marcus's offered hand, feeling the surge of their combined magical heritage course through them both. Then let's understand it. Together, they descended into the hidden corridor, the grimoire floating before them like a guide, its pages glowing with revelations yet to be discovered. Behind them, the ghost of the founder smiled sadly, fading into the shadows as the 2 students embarked on their destiny. As they ventured deeper beneath Hogwarts, towards a chamber that had waited 1,000 years for their arrival, Sophia and Marcus realized that the true magic of the 5th house wasn't in its power or its secrets, but in its lesson. That the greatest strengths often lie not in the purity of one path, but in the harmony of many. The fate of Hogwarts now rested in the hands of 2 students who dared to question whether the divisions of the past should determine the unity of the future. As they descended the ancient stairs, their combined wand-light illuminating centuries of darkness, they prepared to face whatever awaited them in the depths of the castle's greatest mystery together.